Good afternoon and welcome to Spielberg and to a circuit that in one form or another has held every Austrian Grand Prix in the championship except the very first back in 1964. It was at this race that John Watson lost a bet and his beard when he took Team Penske's only F1 victory in 1976. If anything, the stakes are even higher today, with 25 points available for victory and a crucial advantage in the championship fight. It's one of the shortest laps on the calendar today then, with 7 rights and just 3 lefts, making up the 10 corners of this high-speed circuit. Turn 2 is barely a corner at all. They'll be flat out through there, a left-hand kink into the uphill braking zone of Turn 3. Turns 1, 3 and 4 are all potential opportunities to overtake. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he starts from pole position.
We're not starting where we wanted. We'll need to fight our way up the grid today. Illegal maneuver, cede that position. That's a strong start. Well done. Okay, good work. Great pass. Okay, we're reaching a danger point with the wear on the MGU-H. Overheating the engine will exacerbate the issue, so keep the temps under control. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Okay, watch the aggression, please. We don't want to lose places because of a penalty. Excess fuel. We'll be back on target soon. Don't wait too long to turn the engine down. Green flag. Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. We're leading our teammate by 14.0 seconds. Caution, caution. That brings you up a place. We're approaching the pit window. You'll be on the mediums. closing the gap to the car behind by a few seconds per lap. Keep this up. Push now. We're boxing this lap. Box this lap, please. Go now. Up to speed now. Let's get some heat into those tyres. Daniel's in the pits. Great work. That's a new fastest lap for the race. We have 5 laps of fuel remaining. Turbocharger is on its last legs. Got that confirmed.
was a magnificent race and a drive right out of the top draw to take the win for Renault. Anthony Davidson, how do you think they were able to set themselves apart today?
I think the key here is just the quality of the racecraft, you know. I mean, how many overtakes did they make overall? I'm sure we have a stat person keeping score somewhere, and it was fantastic to watch, wasn't it? This is a strategic sport at the end of the day, but it's always really gratifying to see close-fought battles on track. It's what all the fans are after.
As we can see, it's time for the podium, and I can see the Renault team underneath our commentary box going crazy as their drivers walk out. It was a great win, and it means a great deal to this team. Let's see what effect this result has had.
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. It was more like dodgems than Formula One today, wasn't it? How are you feeling after that win? Things are looking up after last week, aren't they? Did you struggle to get through all that traffic today? Great. Well, that's everything.
That's a great result. You did really well. I don't think we can have any complaints with that performance.
Looks like both your rivals have also been invited to a historical event. This could be a good opportunity to capitalise on your rivalry with them and build up your reputation a little.
Putting aside for a moment the excitement of the Formula One World Championship, today's historic invitational makes a nice change of pace. It not only serves as a way to revisit some of the best cars in the sport's history, but also gives the drivers the opportunity to show off their skills and demonstrate to the crowds exactly why their reputations are so well deserved.
Congratulations on your success in the Invitational events. It might not help you in the championship standings, but it definitely helps to build your reputation.
Here we are then, waiting for the green lights to get qualifying underway for the British Grand Prix. Many of the drivers have commented on the challenge posed by the high-speed direction changes around this circuit, but you still need to be quick in a straight line. Is that a fair layman's appraisal?
Drivers are going to need a nicely balanced car to be fast here. They'll need to get the most out of the medium and high-speed corners, which will push them to run more downforce. But in turn, this slows the car down on the straights. It's a tricky balancing act.
Good work.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three. Hamilton.
Well done. Very solid result. You're looking good for the race.
The pain of parting is nothing to the joy of meeting again. And how joyous indeed it is to be back at Silverstone once more for the British Grand Prix. The queues to get in this morning extended miles back down the A43, such as the enthusiasm for Formula One in this country. The 3.6 miles of the Silverstone circuit in Great Britain is hallowed ground to the Formula One faithful. We have 18 corners that wrap around this former World War II airbase and some good passing opportunities at the end of the DRS zones. And with me as usual is Anthony Davidson. Let's talk about Mia. As with all the drivers at this level, they have a lot of ambition. But Formula One's a daunting step up from any other series, so expectations are high right from the start.
And unfortunately, I don't think they're meeting those expectations at this point. The team took a gamble on a new driver, and so far it's not paying off. Excuses don't last long in this sport, so I hope that they're able to find some improvement soon.
With the race minutes away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Lewis Hamilton lines up on pole position, and Mia completes the front row. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Hülkenberg, Vettel, Max Verstappen and Albon, Perez, Bottas, Grosjean and Lance Stroll, Leclerc, Butler, Kevin Magnussen and Norris, Ricciardo, Sainz, Lucas Faber and Antonio Giovinazzi. Russell and Daniel Kvyat completes the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Okay, this is the team's home race. the start. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Okay, we're hitting the rated limits on the MGU-H. The power unit is going to be more prone to overheating. We're seeing a loss of power from the turbocharger now. Loss of power on the turbo. Okay, you're creating some breathing space between you and the car behind by a few seconds per lap. We're approaching the pit window. You'll be on the mediums. Quick tyre update for you. Everything's looking nice and tidy on our end. Let us know if you start to feel any issues. We advise moving to mix 2. Fuel to mix 2. Some information on Butler. It looks like the problem is terminal. They're retiring the car. Box, we're coming in this lap. Gap to teammate behind is 34.3 seconds. Caution, yellow flags ahead. No overtaking through the caution zone. Be careful until you see the greens. Okay, clear. Box. Exit now. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. Our gap behind is 7.1 seconds. Teammate by 18.3 seconds. They're on old softs. They're in 5th. The time last lap was a 1 minute 42.0. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. To teammate behind is 21.4 seconds. Daniel's in for his stop. We have 2 laps of fuel remaining. Okay, that was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. You're increasing the gap to the car behind by a few seconds per lap. Keep this up. There's only 1 lap of fuel remaining. This is your final lap of the race. That's a race win and your 2nd race win in a row. Fantastic job.
So as they climb out of the car, the Renault team are ready and waiting to celebrate what was a thoroughly deserved win. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
Well, I know it's a bit of a boring answer, but the truth is they simply had the best speed package on the day, and a driver who knows how to take advantage of that. It doesn't matter how much time you spend poring over the stats and planning strategies if you can't keep the pace, and our winner today showed they could do both.
Once again, it's podium time, and once again, it's a clear win for Renault. Renault have seen their fair share of success in Formula One, and today is proof that they've still got what it takes to thrill us all. Congratulations to everyone on the team. Let's have a look then at the drivers' standings. Mia increases their championship lead. Now, let's discuss, Ants. Who would you say is a contender for driver of the day?
But there's no question in my mind, it has to go to George Russell. What a performance. He's got every right to be proud of what he accomplished out there today.
Let's move on to the constructors. It was a tough race for our championship leaders who lose ground at the top of the table. Meanwhile, Renault move up the table with another strong performance this weekend. Well, Ants, an end to another fantastic weekend of racing. Thanks to everyone.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. We all underestimated you, didn't we? How do you think Devon will react to having not been able to finish today's race? Things looked close between you and your rival for a bit, but you came out on top, didn't you? Appreciate your time.
Great work this weekend. It was fantastic to see you up on that podium.
Welcome back to qualifying, where we're waiting for the lights to turn green in the pit lane to signify the start of the session here at the Hockenheim Ring for this weekend's German Grand Prix. So then, Ant, it's another Grand Prix weekend, another exciting qualifying session ahead of us. What are you going to be looking out for over the next few minutes?
The first question's going to be who can avoid making mistakes. There isn't much margin for error in qualifying, and you have to bear in mind that the track conditions may have changed since practice, particularly as we've had a few support races in the meantime. If the brake bias settings, for example, don't take this into account, it's extremely easy to lock up a front wheel and cause a flat spot. Just like that, your lap's ruined, and you've wasted a set of tyres to boot.
Okay, good job, mate. Really well done. That was a fantastic drive.
And with qualifying complete,
Well done. That was a good qualifying performance.
there's nowhere at all I'd rather be today than here at Hockenheim for the German Grand Prix. We have an incredibly competitive field this year, which means we should be in for a treat. And judging by the sea of people filling the grandstands, there's a fair-sized chunk of Germany that agrees with me. With average lap speeds of around 130 miles per hour, the Hockenheim Ring is a quick circuit with a lap distance of 2.8 miles, around 17 corners. The main DRS zone through Parabolica leads into the hairpin for the best overtaking opportunity on the track. Anthony Davidson joins me again for the race today. Let's talk about Mir. What do you make of their performance so far this season?
It's been a really solid year so far. There have been some incredible standout performances, but what's really impressed me has been the consistency. With this kind of form, I'm expecting another great race today.
Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks for today's race. Mia lines up on pole position, and Lewis Hamilton completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Hülkenberg, Vettel, Alexander Albon, and Verstappen, Grosjean, Butler, Magnussen, and Carlos Sainz. Leclerc, Norris, Lucas Faber, and Ricciardo. Russell, Giovinazzi, Daniel Kvyat, and Sergio Perez. Stroll and Valtteri Bottas begins the race from the back of the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track.
Okay, the run into turn 1. That's a decent start. Good job. That looked bad. Are you alright? Let me know you're alright. We've reached a worrying level of wear on the internal combustion engine. Let's try and keep the revs down. Early upshifts, later downshifts. We're approaching the pit window. You'll be on the mediums. The car behind is dropping back. We're seeing a gap form. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Okay, copy that. Okay, in this lap, push now. Okay, there's a fair amount of wear to the engine now. Just be aware, we're keeping an eye on it. Pit now, pit now. Release. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. Daniel's in the pits. have 5 laps of fuel remaining. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. Great work. That's a new fastest lap for the race. We've only got 2 laps of fuel left. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Absolutely awesome. Just amazing. Well done.
Renault have pulled off a sublime performance to secure the top step of the podium today. What do you think it was, Ant, that gave them the edge over the competition today?
Well, they certainly stood out as a driver with tons of confidence on the track. I think their ability to keep their cool, even during some of the more hectic parts of the race, meant they were able to capitalise on the mistakes of other drivers, giving them the opportunity to make their way to the top spot with ease.
As today's winners make their way up the podium steps, the team at Renault have shown once again what it takes to build a successful Formula One team. A well-deserved win for them. So let's review the updated driver standings. Mir increases their championship lead. Let's focus on the driver of the day. Anthony Davidson, who do you pick?
Well, there was a lot of incredible driving out there today, Crofty, but if I had to pick someone, it's got to be Sergio Perez. Fantastic driving.
It's time to check out the...
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. You really looked in control of your car out there. Your team must be thrilled. It wasn't the cleanest race today, was it? You had a close battle today, didn't you? Great. Well, that's everything.
Fantastic podium. Well done. Keep pushing like this for the rest of the season.
I recommend we could go for something like this.
We hope you're looking forward to today's qualifying in Hungary as much as we are. We think it's going to be a cracker. So, could be a tasty one today then, Ants. We've got all the ingredients, that's for sure. Treacherous conditions, an ever-changing racetrack, and one or two cars just behind the pace setters who maybe, just maybe, fancy a bit of an upset after a good performance from them in free practice.
And the question has to be, of course, what is that circuit going to look like in 10 to 15 minutes from now? If you think the rain's going to get worse, then you have to be straight out when the lights go green to find whatever grip you can. But if it eases off, then you're better off waiting, saving the tyres, and going out at the perfect moment. The other thing that comes with these conditions? Traffic, and the lack of visibility that comes from sitting in the spray. It's going to be a constant problem, and I expect to see a lot of frustrated drivers with ruined laps out there today.
Fantastic. You've got pole.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race, but...
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. It's been a great qualifying session for you. Are you going to carry that momentum in? Were those faults a bad omen for qualifying and the race? The weather hasn't been ideal in qualifying. What's your take on it? Appreciate your time.
Well done.
It's always wonderful to come back to the lively Hungaro ring. A popular destination this, nice and close to the beautiful city of Budapest, with some exciting racing to boot. Who can forget Michael Schumacher pushing his old teammate Rubens Barrichello up towards the pit wall in 2010, or those great races of 2014 and 2015 as well. We're northeast of Budapest for the race today at the 2.7-mile Hungaro ring circuit. 14 corners here, 8 to the right and 6 to the left, on a track where downforce is king and passing is notoriously difficult. A warm welcome to Anthony Davidson, who's beside me in the commentary box today. Let's talk about Mir. They come into this race with a healthy championship lead. I don't want to say the title race is over, but surely it's going to take something special or catastrophic to change the outcome at this point.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves, Crofty. Yes, it looks like a big lead, but all it takes is a locked break into turn 1, a sticky wheel nut in the pit stop, and that could all get turned on its head. You can never discount one more sting in the tail.
Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Mir lines up on pole position, and it's Lewis Hamilton alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Hülkenberg, Vettel, Alexander Albon, and Grosjean, Butler, Magnussen, Leclerc, and Sergio Perez, Sainz, Bottas, Max Verstappen.
Nice start. Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. You're putting a good distance between yourself and the car behind. Okay, we have an issue with the control electronics box. That's going to do additional damage to all other power unit components. This is your final lap of the race. You need to slow down before hitting the corners. We don't want to get a penalty. Great job, you've done everything we wanted today.
Brilliant stuff from Renault today. What a superb victory. Here come today's winning drivers, and what a race it was. This is a team that knows... So, let's review the drivers' standings. Mia increases their championship lead. Some amazing talent out on the track today. But Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
I mean, can it be anyone else other than Danny Kvyat? His performance today really set him apart from the other drivers out there. He's got to be happy with how he's done here this weekend.
It's time to check out the constructors' standing.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. You're breaking all expectations. What's your secret? Do you have any comments about the collisions? There was some contact between you two. What happened out there? Appreciate your time.
Just wanted to say congrats on the podium. It's thoroughly deserved. We were sweating those last few laps on the pit wall, but you brought it home.
They didn't like those turns. Let's try again. Our proposal has been accepted. The new contract will take effect from the next race weekend.
It's qualifying time at Spa, one of the mightiest tracks on the Formula One calendar. Long straights, up and down.
Excellent lap. We're really pleased.
With qualifying finished, it's time.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that. Are you happy with where you'll be on the grid tomorrow? You left a lot of paint on the walls today. Were you struggling for grip, or did you just... Appreciate your time.
Well done. That was a good quality.
In the 48 races held at Spa between 1950 and 2015, the race winner has only started from pole position on 16 occasions. Qualifying yesterday may have set the order for today, but expect the unexpected here at the Belgian Grand Prix. As the saying goes, of course, anything can happen. And you know what? It usually does. Spa-Francorchamps then, a 4.35-mile tour of the Ardennes countryside, with 9 right corners and 10 left corners, giving us a grand total of 19. Average lap speeds in the dry can reach about 145 miles per hour, but without a significant improvement in these conditions, we won't be seeing anything like that today. Joining us today to oversee all the thrills and spills, it's Anthony Davidson. And great to see you. How are you feeling about the race today, and how are the circuit conditions from what you've seen?
Well, it's looking a bit cold out there, if I'm honest. These tyres have quite a narrow operating window in terms of the temperatures they need to extract the best grip. So with a cold track surface, it's going to be harder to keep those temperatures up, which will lead to lower grip and maybe more mistakes.
It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Mia lines up on pole position, and starting alongside is Nico Hülkenberg. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Vettel, Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, and Grosjean, Bottas, Albon, Leclerc, and Carlos Sainz, Magnussen, Perez, Lando Norris, and Butler, Weber, Fiat, Lance Stroll, and Daniel Ricciardo, Giovinazzi, and
Okay, La Source is... Well done off the line, we're in a good position. Great work. That's a new fastest lap for the race. Okay, we're monitoring somewhere on the ICE. Be aware that we will start to see a loss of power. We're leading our teammate by 20. This is your final lap of the race. Fantastic. You've won the Grand Prix.
Renault certainly didn't hold back today. A well-deserved victory. Anthony Davidson, what helped them deliver this result, do you think?
Well, they clearly have a car that comes alive in the kind of conditions we were dealing with today. It's a very balanced package in the wet, and what that means is that the drivers have confidence to attack. And having that confidence gets you on the power earlier, it lets you brake later, and can put you a long way up the road.
As we can see, it's time for the podium, and I can see the Renault team underneath our commentary box going crazy as their drivers walk out. It was a great win, and it means a great deal to this team. Let's have a quick look at how the drivers' standings have changed. Mir increases their championship lead. After an incredible day of racing, who was your driver of the day, Ant?
Lance Stroll certainly put in an impressive performance today. No doubt his team and fans are extremely proud.
It's time to see how things are shaping up in the Constructors' Championship. Ferrari take the lead at the top of the table. After an event like that, who knows what the sport has in store for us next time? Be sure to join us again as we continue to bring you the latest excitement in Formula One.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. It doesn't get much better than a win at this track, does it? Your team must be ecstatic with how you're performing. Would you say that your rival is still on your level? How do you feel the weather affected the outcome today? Great. Well, that's everything.
Great work this weekend. It was fantastic to see you up on that podium. Looks like one of your rivals is also going to an upcoming historical... That was an unfortunate failure in the invitational event, but try not to worry about it. At the end of the day, the championship is your most important concern.
The pit lane will be open.
Okay, good job, mate. Really well done. That was a fantastic drive.
And with qualifying complete, let's review our top three today.
All right, I think we can call that a successful qualifying.
It's race day here in Italy once again. Monza, home to so many records. The smallest winning margin, for example. Do you remember in 1971, Peter Gethin beat Ronnie Peterson to the line by 1/100th of a second. There were 40 overtakes for the lead alone in 1965, and Kimi Räikkönen clocked a record top speed of 230 miles per hour here, just over a decade ago. So there's a lot to live up. It's time to see how our...
Okay, here we go. Be careful with the front wing, you've taken some minor damage. Okay, that's a good start. Keep it up. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. reached a worrying level of wear on the internal combustion engine. Let's try and keep the revs down. Early upshifts, later downshifts. Power from the engine is down. There's a significant amount of wear on the engine now. This is your final lap of the race. Gap to teammate behind is 11.0 seconds. Absolutely fantastic. It's a brilliant result. Well done.
Once again, it's podium time, and once again, it's a clear win for Renault. Renault have seen their fair share of success in Formula 1. Let's see how the driver standings have changed. Mir increases their championship lead. So, Anthony Davidson, who would you rank as your driver of the day?
But it's absolutely got to be Alexander Albon, no hesitation. He put in a performance today that's only going to build further upon his already growing reputation.
Let's move on to the constructors. Ferrari continue to extend the gap at the top of the table. After an event like that, who knows what the sport has in store for us next?
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. It was more like Dodgems than Formula 1 today, wasn't it? It's safe to say you're smashing everyone's expectations, isn't it? battle got a bit heated, didn't it? Great. Well, that's everything.
Just wanted to say congrats on the podium. It's thoroughly deserved. We were sweating those last few laps on the pit wall, but you brought it home.
And after this round of the World Championship, here's how things look in the drivers' table. Not the result our points leader wanted, but it certainly makes things interesting going forward.
What on earth was that performance? Come on, this isn't bumper cars at the fairground. Your results and conduct here matter.
All right, listen up, everyone. They've announced that the technical regulations are changing for next season. Now, there's a risk a lot of our hard work could be undone if we're not careful. So let's figure out how to mitigate this. Drivers, take a look at the developments we have and let us know what you want to invest in protecting. All right, everyone, let's get on top of this.
And now let's take a look at the driver's stand.
What on earth was that performance? Come on, this isn't bumper cars at the fairground. Your results and conduct here matter, so pay more attention. We can't afford too many races like that. Looks like one of your rivals has also been invited to a historical event. This could be a good opportunity to play up your rivalry for the press and expand your reputation. Okay, that proposal.
So then, it's time to see how this was.
What on earth was that performance? Come on, this isn't... That was an unfortunate failure in the invitational event, but try not to worry.
In F1 2019, you'll be invited to start your career by selecting a Formula 2 team. Driving for this team, you'll experience some key moments of a Formula 2 season, a thrill-packed racing championship in its own right, and the springboard to Formula 1. At the end of this feeder series, your choice of driver academy and your performance in F2 will determine the terms of the contracts offered by the teams as you embark upon your career in Formula 1 and begin to write your own chapter of motorsport history.
ART's new driver really commanding the racing. Devon Butler still ruthlessly giving chase. These two have been really scrapping it out for the early wins in the championship. And something's wrong. Butler sees his chance. Some kind of mechanical failure. Picking up speed again. It's unclear what the issue was. Can they still finish this race?
Looks like an issue with the turbo. You've lost some speed at the top end, but you're very close to the finish. You can still compete and get some points here. Don't give up. Just do the best you can. We're all behind you. You. Again, your teammate wants to pass you. I know you don't want to drop a position, but without your turbo, he's the best one to challenge for points further up the field. If you hold Lucas up, you could be denying the team points. While there's still time for him to make a challenge. The gap to the car behind is 5.2 seconds. That's great. Lucas can push on now. Lucas wants me to pass on his thanks. I know it's frustrating, but you made the right call for the team. Now we're all with you. Just bring it home as best you can. race. You stepped up and achieved what we asked. Good job.
A great win then for the ART team today. Davide, what do you think made the difference here?
I think what won them the race was their ability to adapt. At every point, they delivered what was needed. They were calm and steady when they needed to be, but they were ruthless and aggressive when it was demanded of them. There wasn't anything out there that they weren't prepared to handle. Let's see if they can keep it up this season.
An amazing race today, and a very well-deserved one too. The team worked very hard to get exactly the right setup out of the F2 car that works for them, and the results speak for themselves. ARTGP winners today. So then, it's time to see how this result affects the Drivers' Championship. The lead at the top has come down after a poor result for our points leader. And now, Davide Valsecchi, let me ask you, who is your driver of the day?
Well, after a drive like that, it's got to be Alessio Lorandi. Very clean, very smooth. I can be really pleased with that one.
On to the teams then. ART moved to the top of the table. Goodbye for now then, but we really are just getting started. Make sure you join us again.
There you are. That was an exciting race. It definitely got people talking about you, which means I was able to secure a quick interview.
Okay, we're all set over here.
Just a minute. Remember, anything you say to the press can go very, very public. So be relaxed, but also be conscious of what you're saying and how it might come across to other people, okay? I think we're ready.
Great. So Emma keeps telling me you're the one to watch this season. If that's true, you'll be doing plenty of these. Just remember, be yourself. And the more you can give me, the better this will go. Right, stand here. Turn a little this way for me. Perfect. Ready? An exciting race today. Let's get your perspective. So you and Lucas are new to the team. How are you settling in? Okay, so how did you feel about being ordered to give up the position to Lucas? Great. Well, that's everything.
Hey, look. I know that wasn't easy letting me pass, but it was the right choice. It was good driving.
Yeah, that's how I describe it, mate. Just good, not great. 1 in 6. 1 in 6 makes the leap to F1. The other 5 are still watching their less talented teammates collect all their points. Shame, really. A lot of great drivers never get their chance because they do it all for the team.
Those teams got us here.
Yeah, but it's the drivers that take the risk. We should get the rewards. You ever won a race in F1? That's how winners think.
And remind me, how many F1 races have you won?
You watch this space. At the end of this championship, I'll be the one lifting the trophy, and I won't use my teammates to nick the podium.
Okay, I'm out. You believe what you want, Devon, but it's still early days.
He's either very clever or you're just a pushover. You really think if the situation was reversed, he'd do the same for you? You want to start looking out for yourself. No one else will.
Look at them go! Devon Butler locked in wheel-to-wheel racing with his championship rival, desperate to shut them down and stop them getting past. And there's contact. Butler simply left them nowhere to go. There was just no way for them to have avoided that. And look, there's significant damage. Not sure if that was down to recklessness or sheer aggression, but I'm sure the stewards are going to have something to say very shortly.
Don't give up. You're still in this race. The stewards have awarded Devon a penalty. Push on. You can still catch him. You can still beat him. Devon is in the pits. Devon in the pits. Currently in P5. Currently in 6th place, P6. Butler is ahead of you. you in the car behind is increasing by a significant amount each lap. Good job. Devon's currently in P9. Currently in P9. Sat in P8. This is your final lap of the race. Sat in P8. You stepped up and achieved what we asked. Good job.
It was a magnificent race and a drive right out of the top draw to take the win for ART today. So, Davide, what did you make of that?
Well, it was a bit of a roller coaster, I think. There will be a lot of cheering for today's win. Frankly, I'm amazed that Devon Butler only received a penalty for that collision only. But watching the rival he knocked out actually come back and beat him, that made this whole race worthwhile for me.
ART, the French team who have been racing since the 90s in various forms of motorsport, are once again back on the winner's podium today after a brilliant display of driving skill. After this round of the World Championship, here's how things look in the driver's table. There's been a lead change at the top of the championship after a superb performance. Now then, Davide Valsecchi, who would you say was your driver of the day?
It's got to be Nairei Fukuzumi. He was in another league for me today. Really impressive.
And now a look at the team standings. The lead at the top comes down after a strong weekend from the challenging pack. There was also a strong showing from the Russian time team today as they make their way up the standings. After all this drama, you'd be mad not to join us.
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts. Well, that was a great recovery today. Did you think it was all over when you had the collision with Devon? So did you ever think you'd get the place back from Devon? I've seen that you and Lucas have been picking up a lot of points recently. Great. Well, that's everything.
I was looking for you. Well, what can I say? I guess there's no other way to put this, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry for ever giving you the common respect that all racers deserve, because you don't deserve it, neither of you do. That was the dirtiest driving I've ever seen.
Ridiculous.
My thoughts exactly. I'm taking my line and I get smashed into? I'm fine, by the way, thanks for asking me. And then I'm penalized for the privilege.
You're unbelievable. You deserved every second of that penalty, maybe more. I mean, aside from trashing the car, did you ever stop to think that maybe someone could get hurt?
Yeah.
Me? Fine. But winning at any cost is your strategy, not ours. You better watch yourself.
Whatever.
Don't let him get in your head. He knows you're a better driver. So, on the track, stay away from him. He will try to force you into contact. That's how he wins, yeah? Let's get ready for the press briefing.
So here we are in Abu Dhabi. Each and every event in the Formula 2 calendar has led us here, to this, the final event of the championship, and one that promises to be a spectacle every bit as exciting as we might have hoped. So the Yas Island circuit offers 21 corners and a lap distance of around 3.4 miles. There are a few opportunities to pass with long straights and DRS zones in 2 places, turns 8 and 11. Plenty of close racing then, plenty of speed, and plenty of excitement for the fans, no doubt. Joining me for one last time here this year is Davide Valsecchi. Davide, I'm glad you're here, because I think I'm going to need help processing all this. Surely, this is as exciting as it gets.
Yeah, you're right, Alex. It's the perfect finale. 2 drivers, rivals of season, now going into the final race tied on points. Both way out in front at the top of the standings, meaning whichever of these 2 drivers cross the line first will be crowned champion. I can't wait.
Okay, this is it. Last race of the season. All you have to do is finish in the points ahead of Devon, and the next time we see each other, you'll be the F2 World Champion. No pressure then. Good luck.
This is
The drag reduction system, or
is in P3. Behind. That was the fastest lap of the race. Keep this up. Devon is behind you. Good job. That was the fastest lap of the race so far. championship. This is your final lap of the race. Devon is behind you. Well done, good finish. You stepped up and achieved what we asked. Good job.
It's been my privilege over the years to witness a number of great sporting events, and here's another to add to that prestigious list. It's the ultimate dream for any racing driver. We have a new Formula 2 world champion. So as they climb out of the car, the ART team are ready and waiting to celebrate a thoroughly deserved win. Talk to me, Davide. Was it everything you hoped for?
Everything and more. He had it all. The rival, the tension, the excitement. These two drivers have been locked in fierce competition all season. And to see it comes down to head-to-head battle for the line like this, well, this kind of things doesn't happen very often. Devon put in a good performance throughout the championship, but today the accolade goes to his rival and the new Formula 2 champion.
That result also seals the Formula 2 World Championship title. Congratulations to our winner after an incredible season. We see a new name at the top of the championship table as we reach the end of the race weekend. And so, driver of the day then, Davide Valsecchi, who do you think you'd go for?
For me, the RT driver was the best in the field today. That was a commanding performance today. Very impressive indeed.
And the title is in the bag for ART after a long and hard-fought season. They've done astonishingly well this year, and the glory they'll be taking back home is fully deserved. And
First of all, congratulations. You must be thrilled. Wow, you're the driver's champion. How does it feel? So that was a thrilling end to the season. How was the race for you? Well, we've been hearing rumours of a possible future for you in Formula One. Care to comment? Appreciate your time.
Congratulations, mate. F2 champion.
Hey, congratulations. Enjoy it, because it's the last time it'll ever happen.
Devon, it's okay to be upset. You came very close.
Yeah, we know things would have turned out very differently if I didn't get slapped with that ridiculous penalty.
What is it with you and complaining?
Look, somehow you managed to do a lot of things right today. That's great. You needed the win, I didn't. For me, this was always just a stepping stone to F1. Oh, you two. You got your work cut out for you now that I'm gone. See, you're going to have to prove to everyone it was more than just luck that got you here.
Sure. Winning one race is luck. Winning the championship is talent.
Really? Next time you use that incredible talent to ram into someone and steal all their points, remember they won't be as forgiving as I am. Well, this has been a lot of fun. I gotta run. Yeah, things to sign, important paperwork and all that. I'm sure you understand. Ciao!
So, with this big win, you're going to be getting a lot of interest. All I can say is choose wisely, or else you might end up with someone like Devon as your teammate. Come on, let's go celebrate.
Ah, welcome. Come on in. Take a seat. It's time we had the big conversation about your next move. Your performance at the F2 Championships last year got you a lot of attention from the Formula One teams. Some of it more positive than others. I'm not so concerned with who does or doesn't like you. You'll have plenty of time to win the doubters over. But I am concerned with our choices. They're narrowing as we haven't shown commitment to anyone. Now, as your agent, my advice is to make your decision now. We can worry about comfort and finer points further down the line. I need you to review these. You've earned every single one of these proposals. So take your time, have a read through, and don't get too hung up on specifics. Let's get you a Formula One seat. Excellent choice. From my conversations with them, they're going to be very excited to pursue this opportunity with you. I'll let them know our intentions immediately. I'll have to clean up some final details with them, but that's what you pay me for. Other than that, congratulations. You've earned it.
Oh, hey, you're here. I'll catch up with you. Sorry, I'm just on my way out, but your workstation's at the back over there. It should be all set up on the network, but let the guys know if it isn't. From there, you can access all the data you need to help us direct development of the car. Get yourself settled, and then head out to practice when you're ready. I'll catch up with you later, okay?
Welcome to your new team. There's no one with a more storied history than Ferrari. You're going to have to give it everything to live up to that heritage. It's going to be hard work, but when you see the Tifosi cheering you at Monza, it'll all be worth it.
Welcome to Melbourne and the inaugural event of the F1 2019 Championship season. The session is starting shortly and there's a real sense of anticipation in the air. A feeling that anything can happen this year, and if it does, well, this weekend could be the opening chapter to one of the most exciting F1 seasons ever. Joining me in the commentary box is, of course, Anthony Davidson. And it's great to have you back again. What can you tell us about this year's roster? There are some new faces this year, aren't there?
Absolutely, Crofty. There's been a number of interesting signings over the last few months. Where would you like to start?
Let's talk about Mia.
Right, well, this is definitely someone to keep an eye on. Well, they've been signed up likely in no small part due to the way they carried themselves in the Formula 2 Championship. They have a great track record of putting the team first. At one of the races, they even gave up their own position when their car had a technical issue, so that their teammate, Lucas Weber, who also debuts here today, could get ahead. That kind of team spirit could take them a long way this season.
Those two aren't the only new faces from Formula 2 this season, are they?
No, this season will introduce fans to George Russell and Lando Norris, two very promising young British drivers. Plus, we'll meet Alexander Albon from Thailand, and finally, Devon Butler. Now, Devon was a bit of a controversial figure in Formula 2 last year. He racked up a lot of penalties over the course of the season, including one where he collided with his closest rival. It was a nasty clip. Now, certainly after the event, they were nothing but professional in terms of how they spoke about the incident with Devon, but it's hard to imagine them being as polite about it behind closed doors. I think this rival will be one to keep an eye on over the next few races, as both drivers take their first steps into the world of Formula 1.
This first race of the season is always quite difficult for us trackside, and for those back at the factory as well, as it's the first time the car has run since winter testing. The more consistent mileage you can get in these sessions, the happier we'll be.
The session has drawn to a close.
Good day today. Let's have your take on it. It's been a lot of hard work, but here you are making your debut in Formula 1. You must be thrilled. So how are you finding things at the team? Are you settling in? What are you expecting out of this season? Are you just aiming to find your feet in Formula 1, or do you see something more? Great. Well, that's everything.
New drivers, new cars, it's a new Formula One season. But it's the same Albert Park that we've come to know and love for more than 2 decades now that plays host to round 1 of a 21-race championship that takes us from here in Australia, across the globe, and the eventual season finale at the Yas Island circuit in Abu Dhabi. Just south of Melbourne's downtown business centre is the one and only Albert Park circuit. 3.3 miles of public roads, closed for the weekend of course, make for a bumpy circuit with little undulation. There are 16 corners around the lake and a couple of good passing opportunities here as well, thanks in part to the DRS zones into turns 1, 3 and 13. We have plenty of changes to the sport this year with tweaks to the regulations, a fresh-looking spread of tyre compounds, and of course some changes to the roster of car manufacturers. It's goodbye to Sauber and hello once again to the classic name of Alfa Romeo in Formula One. It's also goodbye to Force India. They've been rebranded as Racing Point. Joining me to take you through all the action of the 2019 Formula One season is Anthony Davidson. And it's great to have you with us.
Thanks, Crofty. Always happy to be here, and I'm looking forward to getting underway. Last year was Mercedes' 5th Constructors' title in a row, although for the first half of the season it was absolutely neck and neck with the Ferraris. Hopefully this year we can see the chasing pack take that final step, as I'd love to see a championship contest all the way up to the final race in Abu Dhabi. Another story to keep an eye on is the performance of Red Bull, who have switched to the Honda power unit this year. What that will mean for both their performance and reliability remains to be seen.
Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Devon Butler put in a fantastic lap yesterday and will start from pole position. And starting alongside is Lucas Faber. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Leclerc, Lewis Hamilton and Sainz, Magnussen, Grosjean, Norris and Sergio Perez, Giovinazzi, Hülkenberg, Kimi Raikkonen and Stroll, Gasly, Ricciardo, Daniel Kvyat and George Russell, Kubica and Mir. Now it's almost time to lights out, so let's go down to the track.
First race of the season. problems. Some information on Stroll. They seem to have an issue. stop. We have to replace that front wing. Box now. Green flag. Understood. Stopping this lap. Times are falling off. We want you to pit in for repairs. Box, box, box. Complete, go now. Stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Engine mode much longer. We're about a lap over target. Drop down to mix too soon. There's 5 laps of fuel remaining. seconds. There's a yellow flag ahead. Okay, clear. Of fuel remaining. So we've been looking at the damage, and we think you should be okay to continue. It'll cost us a little bit of time, but we're nearly at the end of the race. Hey, if you don't behave yourself from now on, we're going to end up disqualified. We're going to get disqualified. Be more careful out there. Are you all right? Engine off. Engine off. Troquei clear. There's only one lap of fuel remaining. Some information on Weber. They are out of the race. There's only one lap of fuel remaining. That's the end of the race. We'll see you in Parc Fermé.
So after a magnificent race, we can now see the drivers making their way to the podium. Once again, it's the Silver Arrows who take top spot, a well-earned victory for Mercedes. Let's see what effect this result has had on the drivers' standings.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that.
You gained a lot of positions during the race, didn't you?
It wasn't the cleanest race today, was it? There wasn't much between you and Lucas by the finish today.
You left a lot of paint on the walls today. Were you struggling for grip, or did you just...
Appreciate your time.
Commiserations on that result. It's been a tough weekend. Looks like one of your rivals is also going to an upcoming historical event. If you choose to take him on, it might help get your name out there a bit. You're not the only driver to be hounded by the press. Emails, like the one I've just sent you, will give you an insight on how your former Formula 2 rivals are handling the press. Be sure to check your emails regularly, as I'll be sure to send you any of the more, let's say, interesting press transcripts that come my way. Winning rivalries is a great way to earn respect from your team and around the paddock, which will help make it easier to negotiate favourable contracts. Your first rival is always your teammate, but you can choose who to declare as your second. The harder the rival from the
Practice sessions are vital for the continuing development of the car. But if you need to, you can choose to simulate the session instead. It won't be as effective as having you behind the wheel directly, but it's better than missing the session entirely.
With the race minutes away from...
Okay, let's push early on. Careful with the front wing, you've taken some minor damage. Decent start. Good job. sustain this level of damage. Some information on Hamilton. They have some kind of mechanical problem. Damage to your wing. Damage to your wing. Check your MFD for a new... We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Green flag. Bad. Are you alright? Let me know you're alright. What happened? Let me know you're okay. Go, go, go. Pit strategy complete. See these tyres through to the end now. It's okay for now, but try to be less rough on the suspension. It's race over if it fails. Is 24.8 seconds. Car behind on the medium tyre. The gap to the car ahead is 12.5 seconds. Teammate ahead is 25.7 seconds. burned off our excess fuel. We'll be back on target soon. Don't wait too long to turn the engine down. is 2.1 seconds. Charles is in for his stop. Expect a lot of understeer unless we replace it. The new strategy is available on the MFD. If you continue to cut corners, the stewards will give you a penalty. Are you alright? Engine off, engine off. Troquei, please. A new strategy is available. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. A new strategy is available on the MFD. We've been awarded a time penalty. We'll go against our finishing time at the end of the race. That looked bad. Are you alright? Let me know you're alright.
Victory for the Red Bull put up an outstanding fight for the front position today, and it's great to see it paid off for them. They do so much for the sport. Let's have a look then at the drivers' standings. Max Verstappen now leads.
Well, things didn't really go your way today. Let's have your take.
Do you have any comments about the collisions? You were cutting your way through the field during the race. Not a good race for Lucas. How do you think he'll be feeling about not finishing? How do you think Devon will react to having not been able to finish today's race?
Great. Well, that's everything.
What on earth was that performance? Come on. Here you can see a list of eligible drivers to declare as your rival. The more challenging they are to beat, the more the paddock will...
Off the back of a fantastic...
yourself. Position. Okay, box, box, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Charles is in the pits. Our grid position. Okay, that's a good start. Keep it up. Okay, box, box, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in. Are you okay? That was a big one. Confirm you're okay, please. If it takes too much damage. Okay, clear. That looked bad. Are you alright? Let me know you're alright. Okay, box, box, box. We're adjusting the strategy. Come in this lap. Some information on Giovinazzi. They're retiring from the race. Okay, some information on Perez. They have an issue with their car. They're going to be slow. Some information on Butler. They've got a serious car issue. It looks like they're retiring. times are falling off. We want you to pit in for repairs. Box, box, box. Okay, black flag, we're out of the race. The track is clear. Green flag. What happened? Let me know you're okay.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. So let's review the updated driver's standings. Max Verstappen should be pleased with his performance, making gains at the top of the table. Now, let's discuss, Ants. Who would you say is a contender for driver of the day?
Well, I certainly didn't have any complaints with Kevin Magnussen's performance today. Incredible driving.
It's time to check out the constructors.
Bad luck today. That must be incredibly disappointing. You had a few bumps and scrapes today. Who would you say is at fault? You really cut your way through the field today. What was your strategy? Seems like your rivalry with Devon is getting rather fierce. Was that inevitable, given your history? Your former teammate had a rough time out there and wasn't able to finish. That's got to be frustrating for him. Great. Well, that's everything.
Now, while today's classic exhibition event has no direct impact upon the Formula One World Championship, you better believe that with their reputations...
Congratulations on your success in the Invitational events. It might not help you in the championship standings, but it definitely helps.
Welcome to qualifying in the Republic of Azerbaijan. The teams are making their last-minute adjustments before the lights go green, and the fight for pole position can get underway. So, could be a tasty one today then, Ants. We've got all the ingredients, that's for sure. Treacherous conditions, an ever-changing racetrack, and one or two cars just behind the pace-setters who maybe, just maybe, fancy a bit of an upset after a good performance from them in free practice.
And the question has to be, of course, what is that circuit going to look like in 10 to 15 minutes from now? If you think the rain's going to get worse, then you have to be straight out when the lights go green to find whatever grip you can. But if it eases off, then you're better off waiting, saving the tyres, and going out at the perfect moment. The other thing that comes with these conditions? Traffic, and the lack of visibility that comes from sitting in the spray. It's going to be a constant problem, and I expect to see a lot of frustrated drivers with ruined.
Fantastic. You've got pole.
We're all ready for tomorrow's race, but before we begin, let's have a quick look at those who will be...
Good day today. Let's have your take on it.
It's been a great qualifying session for you. Are you going...
It's the start of the season. How do you think things are going to go for you? The weather hasn't been ideal in qualifying. What's your take on it? You left some bodywork out there on the track. Were you struggling for grip? Great. Well, that's everything.
All right, I think we can call that a...
Before we begin, let's...
You've done well to put it on. Check your MFD for a new strategy option. Let me know you're all right.
It was...
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a So, let's review the drivers' standings.
Bad luck today. That must be incredibly disappointing.
There was quite a lot of contact today, wasn't there? You had a notorious collision with Devon back in F2. Did today feel like history repeating itself? Is not being able to finish a race like Lucas did today a hard thing for a driver to deal with? How did you feel when you saw your old rival from F2 have to...
Great. Well, that's everything.
What on earth was that performance? Come on, this isn't bumper cars at the fairground. Your results and conduct here matter, so pay more attention. We can't afford too many races like that. It's time for us to renegotiate your contract. Here you can see the current deal. Once negotiations begin, the team will make you an offer. You can accept if you like, but I strongly suggest we push for better terms. From here, we can change the team that we're negotiating with. There's no rule saying you need to stay in the same seat forever. Selecting a team here only affects the negotiation. The actual move won't take place until the following race weekend. They didn't like those terms. Let's try again. They aren't coming round to that proposal. Let's try something else. Okay, everyone's happy with that proposal and we're locked in. From the next race weekend, you'll officially be racing for a new team, so you'd better start getting ready for the move.
You may have noticed that things are looking a little different around here. You're working for a new team now, meaning you inherit all aspects of their current research and development, but lose any progress you had with your previous team. Be sure to check your emails for a summary of any resource points you've inherited.
You join us today at the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya for what's bound to be a really hectic qualifying as the teams compete to set the best lap times.
And I'm here, of course, with Anthony Davidson on what has turned out to be a very pleasant day indeed. No weather to interfere, no problems on the track, so absolutely no room for error.
That's right, Crofty. It's looking good out there at the moment. Each team will have their own game plan for this session, and of course, once the cars leave the garage, they'll be under parc fermé conditions, so any last-minute adjustments need to be done right here and now. Beyond that, it's all up to the driver. Who can keep their tyres in the right temperature? Who can hit their apexes? No race fuel on board these days, of course. These are the fastest cars we've had in a long, long time, and it's right here in qualifying where they're at their absolute peak. Let's get started.
Excellent lap. We're really pleased.
With qualifying finished, it's time to remind ourselves of our top three.
Mir, Weber and Max Verstappen. With
Great work out there today. Let's have your thoughts.
Are you happy with where you'll be on the grid tomorrow? Are you hoping to have your reliability issues sorted out? A superb qualifying performance from your old F2 teammate today. How does it feel to be on the front of the grid with your old F2 team?
Great. Well, that's everything.
Well done. Very solid result. You're looking good for the race.
What does the Spanish Grand Prix have in store for us today, I wonder? I hope we see some tight wheel-to-wheel action down the main straight, circa Mansell and Senna way back in '91, or maybe we'll have a more strategic race here on a track where overtaking can be difficult. The Circuit de Barcelona-Catalunya then, a high-speed 2.89-mile circuit which demands an efficient downforce package and bravery on the part of the driver, especially through the blind right of turn 9, which we might just see taken flat this weekend.
Anthony Davidson is here once again for today's Grand Prix, and we're just discussing the new driver lineup. Let's talk about Mir. They've just moved to Renault. How do you think they'll get on?
Well, I think this came as something of a surprise to most of us, but it could end up being a bit of a coup for the team. Getting a drive with experience higher up in the field might just be the boost they need, and I'm sure they'll be a big asset as the team continues to develop their car.
It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Mir lines up on pole position, with Lucas Weber alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Verstappen, Hamilton, Devon Butler and Leclerc, Bottas, Magnussen, Sainz and Sergio Perez, Raikkonen, Norris, Roman Grosjean and Stroll, Ricciardo, Gasly, Antonio Giovinazzi and Daniel Kvyat. Kubica and George Russell ends our grid lineup. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track.
Right, let's be patient going into turn 1. some information on Perez. It looks like the problem is terminal. They're retiring the car. Please. Somewhere on the ICE, be aware that we will start to see a loss of power. DRS is being enabled this lap. We can use DRS when you are within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone. Showing small signs of wear, power output will be down. chance, check your MFD for a new strategy option. Understood, copy that. We're leading our teammate by 17.0 seconds. Maneuver. You made it look easy. We're boxing this lap. Give us the best in lap you can. Moving to mix 2, fuel to mix 2. Remember, box this lap. Keep an eye on your distance to the speed limit line as you approach, and make sure you don't speed. Right, racing on the exit. Exit now. Look after these tyres now. We want to finish the race on this compound. Verstappen is stopping now. Daniel's in for his stop. To teammate behind. laps of fuel remaining. It should be a few laps at least before you start feeling too many tyre issues. They seem in good condition for the time being. There's 3 laps of fuel remaining. Great work. That's a new fastest lap for the race. So we've been looking at the damage, and we think you should be okay to continue. It'll cost us a little bit of time. Okay, clear. Okay, take it easy on the car. We can't sustain this level of damage. There's only one lap of fuel remaining. Green flag. This is your final lap of the race. The gap behind us is 1.5 seconds. Less than a lap of fuel now. The tank is empty. Fantastic drive, just fantastic. You deserved that race win.
It was a magnificent race and a drive right out of the top draw to take the win for Renault. Tell me, Ant, how did they manage to achieve this win?
Well, staying out of trouble was probably the most important factor here. In the race where half the field weren't classified at the checkered flag, you were able to guarantee a good result by basically keeping the car running. With their pace and a decent strategy as well, I don't think the race was ever really in doubt.
As today's winners make their way up the podium steps, the team at Renault have shown once again what it takes to build a successful Formula One team. A well-deserved win for them. Let's have a quick look at how the driver standings have changed. Max Verstappen should be pleased with his performance, making gains at the top of the table. Some amazing talent out on the track today. But Anthony, who would you pick as your driver of the day?
There's a few contenders, but George Russell definitely stood out, I think. A really solid drive from him today, and one I'm sure the fans enjoyed.
Let's move on to the constructors. Red Bull pull further ahead in the standings. Meanwhile, Ferrari have improved their position. A strong weekend from them as they fight their way towards the top. Well, that was certainly an incredible weekend of racing. Be sure to join myself and Ant for more exciting Formula One action soon.
Amazing performance out there. I'm sure you're pretty happy with that.
It was more like Dodgems than Formula One today, wasn't it? You took the top points today. Was it a comfortable win? Well, looks like your luck has changed. Things went a lot better than last weekend, didn't they? You really looked in control of your car out there. Your team...
Appreciate your time.
Looks like one of your rivals has also been invited to a historical event. This could be a good opportunity to play up your rivalry for the press and expand your reputation.